Hello, hello. Good morning. Hope everyone's having a good time zone, whatever it may be. I've got a crummy on my lap. He's purring and being happy. Hey, Todd. Helping a friend in After Effects. That's an Adobe program, I believe. Hey, Juniper. Good morning. How is it? It's going pretty well. I had some crazy dreams last night that irritated me. I had like a dream that, what was it? That Microsoft changed all my settings so that like everybody could see everything that's on your computer, and it happened to like everybody on the planet. I woke up in like a rage against Microsoft. It was such a weird dream. But besides that goofiness, I'm doing good. Still amazed that I actually got a job. It's not going to be for till next month, but pretty happy that it happened at all. I am going to have to end stream a little early, sometime around noon. I have to pick up a sibling from school. It's part of the reason why I started stream earlier. Oh, I freaked out in the dream. Like, it was so crazy. Like, people could just, like, download stuff from other people's computers and, like, change things and do other stuff. It irritated me to, like, a whole new level. And I woke up, like, angry. It was crazy. Hey, Halfbeat. Thanks. It's just a spinning circle. Did your significant other freak out about the job? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Lori lost her little marbles. She was so excited. It is going to be a bit of a stressful thing to learn, because the first year, I have to, like, work on every single the lag from all of these. This is what spending $4 million at Melvin's looks like. The game is just like, oh man, there's so many emails. But yeah, let's see how this goes. Pockets full, okay. The Java, the first year I have to do every single, like, learn each of the, what do you call them? The time frames that you work, so like 7 to 3, 3 to 7, whatever, those types of thing. Gotcha, Todd. Lurkers are welcome. Thank you for pulling up the stream. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna have some crazy schedules over the next year. Yeah, could you imagine his warehouse? Like, even if like he didn't make all of this and he ordered it, like getting an order of $4 million. Oh man. Dark Eastern cabinet stuff. Did I put? Where did I put kitchen stuff? Did it in here, and I'm already out. So let's grab some of this like holiday stuff and maybe throw it in here maybe. does sort of remind me of there was a day like back when I was younger. I worked at was it Sears? And I'm not sure if anybody's seen Jackass, the show, but Bam Margera's family live like around the Sears that I worked at, and they came in and bought like what was it, like 5 TVs, like a couple of tractors. Hey Nancy, welcome to the stream. And like everybody in the place was just like, holy moly. Minimalist table. It was not something that that store had ever had such a big order, and like it was crazy. The warehouse like that we ordered stuff from was like, wait, you guys want multiple of the same tractor on the same order? Like this isn't a bug, and you also want multiple TVs? And they got like, you know, it was mid like Jackass the movie was coming out a long time ago, and they got like all of the extra warranties, and Sears was super stoked. And hey, pocket's not full. But the warehouse was like, are you guys sure this is right? You didn't mess something up? I feel like I just did something like that to Melvin. He's just like, wait, you want 29 chairs? What? 16 of the same table? It was funny, the reasoning that Bam's parents had. They were like, I'm not sure if you've seen some of the things that Bam's makes, but there's a good chance that 1 or 2 of these items will break, or he'll destroy it. So that's why we're getting an extra lawnmower just in case. And like extra TVs and stuff. It's like, what a crazy like situation to be living in. I have to buy extra stuff because my son might just destroy it for views. Alright, Regal, and then sand stuff. Where should, I guess I can just put the sand stuff in here. Alright, we have more than enough for basically anything we want to build in our IKEA place. Next question is, do I even feel like starting this build? Or do I want to maybe bring Sally's stuff over? Or do I just want to work on something completely different? I know we are getting low on fir grass, so I should definitely harvest some of this stuff. And it's been a while since we dug up all the junk underneath the ground, so maybe tomorrow, when all of this grass grows again, we'll go around and dig up all of the green stuff. Bright wires and cogs and such. I've wondered how it would be if you captured wary moo eggs eventually hatched. I wondered that as well. It's like I have these guys around, and like they're only currently able to what, you sell them or break them is basically all you can do. Similar to the embers, except all you can do is sell them. I imagine they would make a baby one, but like what would be the purpose of making a baby wary moo? Like would it be aggressive? Would it be passive? Would that be the only way to get a wary moo that would be your friend, and thus, like, you can put a saddle on it. Right now, if you just walk up to an angry one and throw a saddle on it, it becomes passive and doesn't hurt you anymore. Which feels a little weird. I feel like growing your own wary moo would make more sense. My grass field has just stopped producing seeds, so I've plowed it over and started over again. From my understanding, looks like this is all full, but if you have spots like here, there should be an item underneath. So if it stops growing altogether, your field might be full of items underneath the ground. That was a learning curve. At one point when I set this up, I was getting like 200 and some seeds when it was like every day. And then it got down to like 100 and some. And it was just because the doggos were putting all this stuff in the ground, and there was a bunch of the green stuff I had to harvest. Maybe the baby wary moo would see you first and think you're the parent. Yeah, something like that. Part of me also wonders what would happen if they all hatched. Like, say you had like a nest. Like, I think there's like 4 or 5 right here. Like, would that make it so there's like 8 or 10 of them at one point? It also reminds me of Don't Starve. In that game, there's like these giant one-eyed birds, and they're mean, like aggressive towards you. Let's start with Sally. And they lay eggs, and when they lay eggs, they eventually hatch little baby versions of themselves. But the problem is that they're aggressive against everything. So like during that season, when they lay the eggs and the babies hatch, like you'll wander over and you'll see like all of the parents just attacking the little baby ones. It's such like a terrible thing to see. I've got all the furniture. But I don't feel like doing that. Just chat with you. Do I? I don't think I've ever seen a rain hat before. The color is powerful. I guess yellow is a powerful color. Hey, Gokhan. Welcome to the stream. Pretty sure I have yellow shorts, black jacket. Dark blue button dress looks new though, but I'm historically pretty terrible at knowing which dresses I have. Green shoes and yellow sneakers. I'm not sure if I have green shoes. Let's go over to Melvin's, check out his store. And then talk to the rest of the NPCs. I don't think any of this is new. But we need to buy like 250 of these things, so... That's nice. Wooden chest of drawers. Not sure if I have either of these. I imagine I do, but... Alright. Sally. That would be cool if there was a monster. Oh, it's Sunday. Should I go? Nah, let's skip it. Hey, Milburn. Thanks for wandering over here so I don't have to go find you. He's such a Scrooge McDuck, man. He had to reinforce his pants to hold more dinks. What type of dude are you, man? First it was his pool full of money. Now he's got reinforced pants. Fletch. You look a little tired. Oh, she's losing her memories. Poor lady. Can't even remember where she used to live. Alright, it's rain and... our old buddy Franklin to visit. Buy our daily sapling. Give Rain a little chat. I'm sure this would probably be my wife's favorite NPC. Franklin! Oh man, my wife is talking about how she wants to replace the entire yard with, what is it? Those, what is it? It's like, can't think of the word. A pollinator garden? And then she also wants to do a native, like native plant garden. There's this tree that's like somewhat relatively close that's native called a pawpaw tree. And it makes this like giant green bumpy fruit. She wants to plant one of those. At first I was like, yeah, sure, we can do whatever. And then I thought for a second, like, no, I have to mow that lawn. How terrible would that be if I had to like monkey ball trees and other trees that like have like big fruit that drop like are not fun to deal with. Imagine a tree that had like softball sized green fruit dropping in the yard. Man, that'd be so frustrating. Alrighty. Hey, doggo. Should probably harvest these, the little folk over there. The flowers. Our trees are growing. Sort of like how this is a little section of these guys. We are going to have to change this grass out though. At least mostly. I think I'm going to do some tropical, maybe sporadic tropical and fur. But we want mostly fur near the place. Let's see. Don't plan on fighting. I think we're good on trees because I don't want them to clutter up this area too much. Though I might want to plant like one here or something. Maybe a couple closer. Just to give it some character. Anyway. I am forgetting about Irwin though. I should probably do... I don't want these guys to lose their hearts. It took me such a pain, like such a long time to get them to 5 hearts. Let's do Irwin first. His shop should be open, I believe. Hey, Bleepers. See you guys wake up in the morning and poop right out front of your house. Grab a milk bucket 'cause I want to make a bunch of trash cans. And of course that's the only way to make trash cans is with a milk bucket. Hi, I've been lurking for a while from the UK via YouTube on my TV, so never commented. Lurking while working. Congrats on the new job. Love your builds. Oh, thanks, Karen Pimblet. Sorry if I butchered your name. Thanks for watching. I appreciate that. I've seen some of like the views go up outside of the stream, and I'm always like, oh, somebody's like, there are people actually watching the stream outside of the stream. I think people call them generally like VOD watchers. That's what I've heard on other streams. I appreciate that. Thank you for watching. And thanks for the congratulations. It's going to be an interesting time. Life is going to be all types of strange when I start that job. I've never worked an overnight job, which is going to be crazy. And a lot of the jobs I've had, like... Yeah, responsibility's a thing, but like, I'm working with the water supply. Like, I feel like it's even more responsibility that I have now. Like, you know, I accidentally mess up and break a pump, like, water supply for an entire area might not have water. Like, that sounds terrible. A little nerve-wracking even thinking about it. My mom keeps misplacing her cane, so I sneakily got her a key finder beeper to put on her cane. She laughed. She likes it. I just attached it for her. That's pretty awesome, Half Beep. I've debated on getting one of those, like, key finder things for my wife. She, loses, like, all types of random stuff. And it's not really lose. She just likes to place stuff, like, all over the house. And then just, like, walk away from it. I hope I will be. I think I'm a fairly responsible person, but I'm going to take the job seriously. You know, I don't want people to not have water. You know, you can only last, what, 3 days without water? So it's definitely something I'm going to take seriously. I think it's also going to be a fairly easy job. From what I was like talking to the guys during the interview, it doesn't seem like a fast-paced job. Like you're mostly doing maintenance on things, checking different, you know, water qualities. Every now and then I might have to like refill a hopper full of chemicals or something. And I've worked with really dangerous chemicals before in my life, so I'm not really concerned about working with that. I know how to like put a respirator on and gear up for stuff like hydrofluoric acid. Ugh, stuff is scary. I'm not really concerned about that. You have an aquarium turkey? Yeah. This guy's stuck underneath the bridge, I believe. And there's a spawn point inside here, so there's almost always 1 or 2 turkeys inside. One of my friends used to do NDT. Not sure what that is. I'll have to look it up. We have the technology. NDT. Non-destructive testing. Ooh, that sounds cool. A lot of the testing that I used to do at my old work was very destructive. You basically would have to like put it inside a chemical and then run it through a column. Good times, I hope. I'm sure you will smash it. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are confident in me. I'm pretty sure I'll be fine, but we'll see how it goes. I turned 60 last year and been an Animal Crossing fan, but my daughter got me a Steam Deck for Xmas, so I couldn't wait to play Dinkum, and you inspire me. Aw, thank you. It's nice of you to say. Dinkum is an amazing game. It's my little happy spot. Yeah, at my old job, we did chromatography, which is something that like almost nobody knows about. But get out of the inventory. Run. Chromatography is... I didn't even grab the battle shovel, I grabbed the ute. Yeah, I'm gonna hit you with a ute. Is where you take like a sample and run it through a filter. And either a UV or a mass spec thing will give you an outcome of like what's inside that sample. And it's used for like any single drug you've ever had in your life. They use that as a quality like assurance to make sure that, you know, the ibuprofen they made, another one, that the ibuprofen doesn't have anything that's not supposed to be in there. It's used to identify like chemicals in bulk in general. But you, for the most part, cannot recapture the chemical that you put in there. And on an interesting note, it was actually the first way they ever got insulin. They used to purify insulin out of human blood and use giant filters and stuff. That's why insulin, when it first came out, was so expensive, is because they'd have to take liters of human blood and filter out the insulin. Nowadays, they make it, I think, with like bacteria. I think bacteria produce it. The fact that you're having these thoughts show that you'll be a reliable and responsible employee. Yeah. Still nervous about it all. You're probably right. Like, deep inside, I still feel like I'm that kid in, like, high school. So, like, giving that kid a responsible thing like the water supply just feels like an absolute terrible idea. But, I mean, it's been decades since I was that kid, so it's like, yeah, I'll probably be fine. I imagine they received a number of applicants, and out of all of those, you were chosen. Delight and be confident. Unless then you lied on your qualification interview. No, I didn't lie about anything, which is partly why I didn't think I was even going to get the job. One of my buddies, he also works for the state, and he saw the job like opportunity, and he was like, "I don't think I'm smart enough for that job." And I'm like, I didn't think I was like smart enough for that job either, but I ended up getting it. I'm not sure what. I guess I don't know. Oh, why? I need to get out of this area. You guys are such meanies. I need to pen you in or something. Like, I don't have any, like, maintenance or anything or, like, big water experience. I think my main, like, reason why they might have hired me was just because the thing that I mentioned was, like, I'm good at picking stuff up and learning new jobs. So, I'm hoping that, well, obviously I got it, so whatever I said was good enough. Yeah, Wary Moo City. It's because there's, like, a bunch of nests over here. There's 2 here, 3 up here. I need to pen these guys in, little jerks. I think that's one of my strongest things when it comes to getting jobs is that, like, I worked at a chemistry place previously, and when I got the job there, I had very little experience in chemistry, and, within a couple of years, I was in the research and development department, so I picked up all of their, you know, crazy chemistry stuff and learned their processes and how the instruments work pretty quickly, so if I can do that, I imagine I can do anything. That is still, like, one thing to say and one thing to actually do, you know? I need to grab some paths so we can get rid of some of this grass. Ugh, still nervous about it, though, whenever I think about it. Alright, let's see. We want to get rid of... Definitely want to get rid of the yellow grass. We want to probably get rid of a lot of the grass closer to here, but leave some. While we were looking for new employees, we had temps sent in, and it was a basic office job, including filing. And they sent me someone who didn't know the alphabet and barely spoke English. Wow. I've seen some terrible temps. And those temp, like those temp people are paid crazy amounts. Like, they might only be making, like, say, like, $10, $20 from the temp agency. But because they're getting healthcare and stuff, the company is paying, like, $25, $30 an hour. Which is crazy to think, like, somebody that doesn't know the alphabet, you're paying $30-some an hour to have them on staff. Alright, I think we're gonna leave the rest of this tropical grass. And the rest of this will probably be fur. I think the worst experience I had with a temp wasn't that they were like dumb or anything like that, or like bad at their job. It's that they had a bad drug problem. I'm not sure if everybody's experienced that, but there's, you know, people that are addicted to stuff that makes them, like, you know, fall asleep basically on the job. And it's so rough to see that. I've lost a bunch of friends due to that type of thing. Like, not just, like, not their friends anymore, but, like, no, they literally, like, took themselves off the planet type of stuff. So it's home closely when I see that type of stuff. I'm like, oh, man, dude, no. Like, I want to help them, but I know, like, I can't help them. You know, they have to help themselves. It sucks to see people go through that stuff. Alright, before I start laying down grass, let's also go take out some of this grass over here. I felt super horrible. They were sent home at noon. Oh man, they didn't even make it through. I don't even, like, I also sort of feel bad, but what were they expecting? Like, you went to, like, an office job and you couldn't even, don't even know the alphabet, bro. Like, that's just, like, crazy to me. Like, even if you're in, like, a foreign country as, like, you know, the first time there, like, say I went to, you know, a Spanish-speaking country or, you know, I don't know, Japan, I would at least, like, that'd be one of my first focuses would be to try to learn, like, kanji or the alphabet. Like, I might not know the language, but I can at least learn the alphabet to start off with. How do you get in even to, like, that? That's crazy. Like, how would you even be able to, like, do any of that stuff? The people HR were sending me for interviews weren't much better. I was getting frustrating. Yeah. I don't know how the world gets that way, you know? Like, it just doesn't quite make sense in my mind that that's even, like, a possibility. I should. I'm going to wipe you guys off the face of the planet if you keep bothering me. Where are you? This guy, you've been peaceful, but guess what? Your buddies... I definitely need to do something about this. Either I'm going to have to wipe them out every day I come over here, or I don't know. So sad. We have had a few that have an alcohol problem in the past, but the UK is pretty good healthcare. The company I work for also offers support services outside of the national health system. Yeah, I've heard the UK is really good for that type of stuff. I've also heard that one of the weird things that's been happening in, like, Europe more generally is people are contract workers, because there's so many like, you know, rules and regulations that you have to follow, that if you just make someone a contract, you don't have to necessarily pay for all those rules and regulations. I don't actually know if that's true, like how common that is, but the couple of people I know that like live in European countries say that that's one of the problems with getting a new job, is that there's no like full-time work available. It's all contract work. Which, I mean, I've also seen in America, they're starting to do that stuff too, and we don't mandate all that much. But even companies are trying to, you know, skimp out on the little bit that they mandate. It's pretty crazy on, I don't know, how companies can justify that type of stuff. It's like people are getting more comfortable with treating other people less like people. And it just, I don't get it. I'm far too compassionate of an individual to see that being like an okay thing. Explicit requirements in the job postings were not being met. Like, not even close in some of the candidates. That's crazy. I applied for a bunch of jobs that like I didn't necessarily have the qualifications for. Like, I didn't have the degree that they were talking about, or like 5 years experience in water quality or anything. But I also didn't apply for jobs that were like, you need to have a master's or PhD, you know, like, or like a manager of 5 years experience. Like, I've never managed. It's crazy to think that people like will apply for stuff that like they don't even know like the start of stuff. But then again, my wife was recommending that I just apply to everything. Like, who cares if you don't have the degree or you don't have any of that experience? Apply anyway. You might be the most, the closest to what they need out of what they did get applied. And I also know a couple of my friends that would just straight up lie on their resume. I had one that was like, yeah, I don't have a degree, but I have a 4-year degree on my resume. And I'm like, wait, what? Oh, yeah, they still got jobs. Some places just don't even look up any of that stuff. Due diligence can be a joke at times. I figured they were sending people with their lowest salary expectations. The only way to make sense. That can be a big issue too. Like, I didn't even apply to any job that was offering like $15 or lower. Like, I'm sorry, like I can't like pay my bills with $30,000 a year. Like, I don't know where you live if you're able to do that, but I'm not able to. I couldn't imagine like being in a situation where you're stuck dealing with people that are only making $15 an hour or lower. And like, that's what your job is offering. Like, what's it called? Being like, not underpaid, but I don't know. There's a lot of that nowadays where it's just like, that job shouldn't exist. Like, if you can't pay people a living wage, like, you need to think about what you're doing with your company. There was a video recently on Asmongold's thing that was about like living wages and like how the food industry, like restaurants, like are way messed up. Like the way that they put the the customer and the the employer are like in like an adversarial role for tips, which I know in Europe that's like not even a thing, but like in America you're lucky to make minimum wage and get tips. Like a lot of the times it's like maybe like $4 an hour plus tips, which is just crazy. Like what's that, like $9,000 a year if you don't get any tips? Like that's not even enough to feed yourself nowadays. I don't get how that's like even plausible. And we somehow tolerate it all, you know, like people still go out to restaurants and tip because they feel like they're doing the employee like a good thing by paying them money or giving them that tip because they're not living or not getting a living wage. And my brain is like, why does this place even exist? If you can't afford to make food based on the price of the meal and pay your employees a working wage, like you shouldn't have a company. Like, your company's not the solution, the problem. I'm on disability now and I make less than 25% of my previous working salary. It has been a huge adjustment. Yeah. I don't even know how to like those like disability like pay times, like how much you get paid there. That's crazy. I don't know how people do it. I mean, obviously it's possible, but it probably gets more and more difficult every year. I'm really, really, really hopeful that one day we'll be able to like break the energy paradigm and make like what's it called, those matter energy converters that are on like Star Trek and all those spacey shows. Because if there's a point where we can make enough energy to just convert energy into matter, we'll never have any of these problems again. I really hope something like that happens in my lifetime. And in theory, we're starting to understand the universe pretty well. In the whole Higgs field and everything like that. Like we're really boiling down to some fundamental concepts of the universe. If we can manipulate or take advantage of any of these fields that we're finding in quantum mechanics in a way, we might actually get to a point where we can fundamentally make energy in such a crazy cheap way. And I really hope so. Because like the way the world is going, man, like I don't know how what it's going to be like in 100 years. Are we going to regress back to when people could barely live to 30? You know, and the only way to keep a city sustainable was to have like a 20% immigration aspect. Like I was watching this video from it was like a lecture from a school, and the guy was talking about like how like the Industrial Revolution was like a meat grinder. It was such a crazy thing to think about. Like the cities were so nasty, there was no sewer system. They were full of just absolute like disease and craziness. That like the only way to literally keep that city running was like to have 20% of the population constantly every year, like, being refreshed. Anyway, off of the dark conversation, back to maybe something like Dinkum. Suppose I have been really lucky. I left school in 1979 with no qualifications and only been out of work for 3 weeks and worked for 4 companies on all that time within various different finance departments. Yeah, we've had a fairly lucky time in the past like 30-40 years. America had a real strong like industry and things were going well. I have faith that, you know, we could probably get back to that type of point, but I don't know if the current leadership in America is also committed to that. Like, a prime example of that is like all these job layoffs in the tech market. If you look at their stock prices, it goes right up. Like, the stock market like rewards these industries for laying people off. Like, short-term gains are like what the stock market wants. And once your company becomes like publicly held, it's like what they have to do in order to like satisfy their investors is do all these short-sighted bad decisions in my book. We need to like somehow figure out a way to make the economic like choice to support people and make that economically feasible. But I haven't heard even like a single person have an idea that makes sense. That's sort of why I like the only way I can see us getting out of this with our ever-growing population and ever-growing needs of materials is to somehow like actually make matter out of energy, which is like ridiculous, absolutely crazy to think that that's our path forward, you know. But I don't know how else to make it economically viable to support the common person. It's gotta happen some way, though. This is why I live in Dinkum. No politics, only Fletch draining me for the licenses. Yeah. Dinkum is definitely a nice spot. Like, it's where the world can just melt away and you only worry about getting your licenses and selling fish to John. This game is definitely my happy space. Crummy boils. Let's see. I think we should probably put some stuff over here as well. Let's do a fern here. Do I want... I'm not quite sure how I want to redo this dock area. I'm not super pleased with it. Poison Eve 12. Hey Bob, what are you working on today? Hey, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Right now, I'm trying to finish up the exterior to the aquarium build. We've gotten a lot of it done, path-wise and furniture-wise. Got a little parking lot over here. Oh, that reminds me. We want to place our ute in one of the parking spaces. We got our backyard area for the aquarium set up. A little paths to our fountain and some of our statues. A little like statue garden. We also finished our cafeteria. And added lights to it. We also have a little picnic area up here. We also added another project to ourselves. We're going to make I think this area is mangroves. So I want to make this a like a mangrove fishing dock. The first thing that we did in the stream was also grab all of the stuff we bought from Melvin. I think the stream title has that mentioned. I spent, what was it, $4 million at Melvin's shop. We loaded up on all types of furniture that I'm going to use for a bunch of future builds. But I'm trying to complete this area because I usually like work on an area and then sort of move on to another area. I never fully finish stuff, so I've been trying to actually finish the cosmetics of things. That's why we've been one of the focuses has been trying to finish this area. Thank you. I'm very pleased with it. One thing I wish we could do was keep these trees at like certain heights. Like this is like a stage 2 growth or something. Just maybe stage 3. It'd be so cool if we could like stop them as like little bonsai trees or maybe like medium-sized trees. Be a small lily-billy here. I was wondering if you could like on ACNH. What's ACNH? Let's see. I think I don't really want to put anything else over here, so maybe we just throw some grass down and call it a day. And maybe we throw a little patch of tropic in here. Animal Crossing New Horizons. You would stunt the growth of trees by planting a sapling behind it. Huh. Oh, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. I was thinking about more like Minecraft where you could like shear stuff and it would stop growing once you shear it. But if you put like a sapling right next to it, it would like stunt the growth of it. I like that idea. That's like a more realistic way of that effect. I've never actually played Animal Crossing. I've never had, not like the want to do it, but like, the either the console for it. Like I've never had a Switch. But I've always thought it was a pretty interesting game. My brother, my sister, their significant others, they all play Animal Crossing. They all love that game. So it's totally something that, like, I probably should play and enjoy. Just never had the time to do it, really. I'm gonna probably not grass up that part, because I'm not sure if that's... I might move these back a bit. I'm not really too in love with the dock area. Do a little tropical area. And I'm gonna have to come back and like edit this tropical spots, which is not necessarily fun. Since tropical grows so much other stuff that other than grass. Would you go to Reef Island tomorrow? I can't go to Reef Island tomorrow. You mean like tomorrow, like real world tomorrow? Because I can do that the next time it comes up. No, next day. It's Sunday now, so I should have gone to the Reef Island today if I could have. I should probably, if I'm gonna do a reef run, we should probably grab keys. So maybe this week we try doing something like that. We'll prioritize getting keys, so that way we can do a reef run. And give it a good time. I did do a reef run, like, I think it was 2 streams ago. I don't think you were here, Gokhan. And we mainly looked for aquamarine. We got like, I don't know, 60 some, I think it was. Alright, then we'll fill in this area with some tropic. We'll patch a tropical. I remember you saying that you were low on aquamarines but couldn't get the chance to watch Reef Run. Yeah, well, 60 aquamarine shards, so not like the full aquamarines. But yeah, that was good. We were down to like 1 aquamarine from you can see these blue lights at the top. Each of these blue lights require aquamarine shards. So now we have a nice stockpile for whenever we want to do some more aquamarine stuff. Yeah, this week, or this stream up until about 12 my time, we'll we can get some meat, and we'll fill these guys up, our traps, and get some keys. I'll make sure that we get like 100 keys for the next time we go to the reef. That way we can do like a real, not real, but like a good run. Because like going just for aquamarines can be a little rough to watch. Because we were basically underwater the whole time, running around, looking down as we like search for aquamarines. And I imagine chat was probably like, oh gosh. Because we were running around pretty fast. It was probably, with the bit rate of YouTube and Twitch, probably hard to even see what was going on. So instead of doing anything like that, we'll go for keys. There's always a need for more Braconium. It's like one of those items that you can never get enough of in this game. I feel like I should put more. Can I plant? I guess I can plant here. Bush devils scare me to bits, so avoid the pine areas during the night. Managed to fight my first croc and nearly had a heart attack. Something that will definitely help you is if you look at the foods. Like this is a ridiculous example, but on the very bottom, there's like a heart, a sword, and a shield. Anything that has a sword or shield is good food for fighting. So like, if you're having a tough time fighting stuff, I would definitely recommend search the different foods that you can make and try eating one of those things before you fight anything. You can get some really good buffs, and like some of it'll, like the shield will lower the damage you receive, and the sword will add a whole bunch more attack damage for you. So you won't have to, like, you know, poke them with your spear 20 times. It might be only 10 times that way. Braconium is the main reason I go to the Reef Islands. Yeah, Braconium is the big late game grind. You need so much of it for everything that you do. Like getting any of the improved tools, you're gonna need Braconium. All of the new fancy like smelters use Braconium. Alright, it's late. Yesterday's VOD of yours was cool. Smart how you went down into the deep mines for stone. I've never thought of that, and we'll try that for stone at some point. You're welcome, Halfbeat. Yeah, we got a lot of stone. I think it was like 1,100 or so, almost 1,200 stone. It was totally worth it. It was a little disappointing on the fact that I didn't get any rubies. I sort of need rubies. I'm down to 1 ruby shard. But I needed stone, and you gotta prioritize what you need. how you're gonna get to it, you know? Let's do a little bit of this. We're gonna destroy our ore growing area, but... And the rest of this is gonna be tropic, which is gonna also mess up our stamina. We do need to go back to the mines at one point for just the rubies, but that's a future us problem. I figure I'll deal with that when I actually want to use those red shards for something. You're welcome. Just think I'm a lover, not a fighter, and I only killed the croc through a fence. My island is on its 3rd year. Yeah, it's understandable. I had a tough time with fighting initially as well. So you're not alone. Especially when you don't have, like, any good, like, food to eat or something, it can be really rough. Go grab some of our junk I left off in this chest. Now that it's late, I'll go back and unload, take a nap, do another day. Like the crocodile meat, I think, is also really good for stamina, and I think it also gives a buff. That's, some of the other chatters like to use that as their main food. Do I have any croc meat available to see? Like, a meat pie. If you can get that from Sheila's. That does a 3-minute fighting. Hearty stew's probably better, though. Because it gives you regen and stamina regen, and then 3 minutes of both shield and fighting. But I think... yeah, everybody says that this is the go-to for fighting early game. I think my go-to when I was first playing. Yeah, this gives you health regen and stamina regen, but doesn't give you any of the fighting buffs. But if you get hit or anything, you at least get, like, you know, a bunch of your health back every time you eat one of these guys. Eventually you can get to, like, waddle brews, which are really good too. Anything else that goes in here? No. Yeah, we see we're loaded on aquamarine shards right now. Same with emeralds. But we have 4. One, we can go down to, are those real minutes or in-game minutes? I think they're real minutes. Which can be sort of an issue, because I think every day is like 20, 40 minutes or something like that. Like when we were down in the mines gathering stone, we took this, quiche. It gives you a double mining and a double, like, lumbering, axing, I don't know, buff. So if you're on tier 1 or the undergrove mine, tier 2 mine, you can just blow through all of the walls and all of the different ores. This is the nice one because it also gives you a speed buff, and these are both tier 2. The pasty is also pretty good, but it's only 3 minutes instead of 5 minutes. Quiche. Yeah, if you bring 4 down, is that 20 minutes of IRL minutes? So that's not a full day with the silver pocket watch. But it did last me enough to kill all my durability on that, so. Let's, before I end the day, let's go fill up our fancy crab pots over here for keys. I love the sausage roll and cooked croc meat for fighting. The sausage roll for buff and croc meat for expanding your health bar. Ah. Yeah, that's what that plus bar. I always think it's regen, but it's actually like a bar extending thing, whatever you would call that. I guess like it's not like a health regen buff, but it's like just a bulk health buff. What is? I think Minecraft has, they have golden hearts is what they use for that. Absorption, I think is what they call that in Minecraft. Absorption harps. Not sure if that really makes much sense either as a word for it. Do I still have a chest out here to store meat? Doesn't look like it. I need to add that. You can aggro crocs over a fire over and over until it dies. No fighting required. Very true. The fire pits can be your best friend. Because they definitely, cause like a fire. They'll catch the animal on fire and give them fire tick damage for a few seconds. It only takes like a few times of doing that for them to get destroyed. I have the mine, but not been down there yet. Got the bat zapper in my recycling bin, so just getting the charging station for Franklin. That is awesome to get that. That bat zapper is going to be like so clutch for that tier 1 mine. Oh, those bats are so irritating. Alright, pink. This is dainty. And shoes and wooden. I had both of those. Lame. Be careful with the bat zapper though. It can break. So when it gets low, you might not want to use it anymore. That's the one downfall to those. I don't think there's an improved bat zapper or anything. There's clothes, but we'll have to deal with that tomorrow anyway with the NPCs. Let's take a nap. What time is it? I need to make sure I'm aware of the time progressing. Alright, we're just about 10. So I probably have a day, maybe a... Yeah, probably a day left. It's another hour. It'll be, what, 10:50? And I have to go by 12:30-ish. I'm almost positive I will be back after I go pick up my sibling from school. I've been wanting to get some good progress done in Dinkum recently. And my wife shouldn't be back till like 5 or so, so I'm going to be bored with nothing to do when I get back from dropping off my sibling. So I should start up after another stream after that. Yeah, keeping track of real time is very difficult for me. Hey, this is one of the first times I've seen Franklin not just hanging out. He's almost always next to his little scientific bench. He must have gone on a long walk or something. Do you know if you keep a few resin in your inventory while using the mining helmet? Oh yeah, does that also work for the bug zapper? I remember you mentioning that earlier. I've never actually tried that. That's awesome though, if you keep resin in your inventory. And get, and like refill that type of stuff. Red sneakers, eh? Any idea how to find rare doggos? Pray to the doggo gods. I have no idea. There's a crazy low chance of them spawning. I've heard stories of people searching for like multiple days, having thousands of hours in the game and not seeing a single rare doggo. So with those types of comments that I've read, I don't look for rare doggos at all. Not for the bug zapper? Aw, man, that would be awesome if the bug zapper could also be refilled by resin. But at least it works for the helmet. But if you let it charge all the way down without resin, it will need to be charged at the station. You saw them a little east of the house? East is this way? So that means well, he'll be back at 8, hopefully. That's technically when his place opens up. Don't think I'll be down there that long. My poor old heart can't cope. Again, thank you. Gotcha. Yeah, Juniper is awesome for different tips and tricks. I've been learning from Juniper almost the entire time I've been playing. I'm still learning stuff even today, you know? Our resident expert. Worst is seeing a fancy doggo and no collar. Yeah. I imagine they don't despawn and respawn, but I think that might just be me being hopeful. I couldn't imagine, like, if I went on like how frustrated I would be if I, like, let's see. I know there's, like some doggo areas over here. So if I, like, flew by here and saw a rare doggo, came back, got a collar, and went back, and he was gone, I might lose my marbles. I'm just gonna keep hoping that that's not a thing. That happened to you once, Gokhan? Oh, man. It always throws me off when they have multiple, like, responses and stuff. It's rare to have a multi-question conversation with an NPC. Yeah, the airport biome is super safe. Oh, that was cute. She was so happy to find a pearl. You use the jet ski, you're not good at the helicopter? Do you use controller? I don't know, I've gotten used to all of the different like things. I think the one I'm the worst at is the ute. I'm really bad at the ute. It has like a weird pivot point, and I just can't ever get used to driving it. And then going over bridges is a pain too. Alright, no alpha guys. Yeah, if you're able to like interact with chat, I think cumulative, there's like multiple thousands of hours of people playing. So any questions, ask chat. We usually have an answer. Which is pretty crazy. I mean, some of us have even like watched some of the dev streams, so we even have like information specific to stuff coming out in the future, like the new stamina stuff. Or was it the Thunder? Oh, I can't think what it was called. Thunder Bucket or something like that. Some of the islands are so tiny, I'd break the heli. Yeah, that is a good point. Some of those islands are really tiny and a pain. Oh, you couldn't find them? I wonder if he either despawned or if, like, a crocodile got him. The doggos are pretty terrible at fighting from what I've noticed. Oh, doggo. My dog is sleeping on the couch. And I just heard it go, "Brrr." Having a dream. I don't drive in real life. Good heaven help me. Have you used the stopwatch? Didn't see it, by the way. Yeah, I used the silver one at the start of stream. If you count the seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's about 5 seconds or so per minute with the silver. And I think it's like 2 to 3. Without the silver pocket watch. Mr. Bob, I've seen you break the heli constantly in the new biome, sliding into the water after landing, so I would hate that. Yeah. That's why you have to have the diving helmet in, so you can just go down and grab it. There's also another good reason to have the jet ski, is that you can carry more of the gemstones on it, I think. But you're right, Juniper, that is a little frustrating. I've seen it slide into the water many, many a time. I'm not liking the new stamina stuff at all. It's definitely going to add a whole different aspect to the game. Gangsta hat. Oh, blue striped shirt. I don't think I have this. Alright, let's get some of this stuff out of my pocket. This stuff is not organized really at all anymore. Oh, I did have that dress. Lame. I had all those shoes too. Oh, and I did have the rain hat. Alright. It's just been a while since I've seen it. Hey, it looks like the blue striped shirt was new though. Thought I had the hero mask. While we're here, we should probably get new clothes as well. Police shirt. I don't think I've ever worn that. Do we have police pants? We do got police pants. We're gonna be a police officer today, chat. Do we have police shoes? What would even be a police shoe? Do they have... Nope, nope. We're gonna be a police officer, but we're wearing thongs, guys. Thunderbox. Hey, Lila Benetha. Welcome to the chat. It's good to see you. Thunderbox. Yeah, that's the name for the new outdoor toilet. The Dunny. It eliminates buffs so that you can like change out your buffs, I guess. Pretty sure those were new. All right. Yeah, those doggos are not good fighters. Just sort of a bum. Yeah, the gold pocket watch was one of the, I got that like last, one of the last things I actually got. Sheila, what you got for me? Yellow sweats. That might be new. What is the new stamina? Reaps was showing it off in one of his streams recently. James, the developer, had given him a like developer version of the game, like a beta, like a closed beta type thing. And how to explain it? As of right now, when you're low on stamina or low on health, you just eat a food and you get a chunk of stuff back. The way that he's thinking about changing it is instead of having every time you eat and you just gain like a 45, 50, 20, like a specific number, he's going to have it as a regen amount. So like if you ate cake and it has the heart plus, and like say you're down halfway, every like a couple of seconds or 1 second, it'll regen a little bit. Which if you're like, say you're full health and you're fighting, if you get hurt by a croc and you have regen on, your health will keep regenning as you're fighting. So you won't have to stop, eat something in order to not die. And another thing is that right now, the stamina thing, to actually go back to the whole thing, if you run out of stamina, you pass out and your day's over. That won't be a thing anymore. He's removed that so you can just run all your stamina all the way down to 0, and then this yellow bar will turn red and slowly regen. And then you can have different foods that affect that and give you stamina regen. So it's like a whole different change up to how that works. And he also showed the Thunderbox, which is like an outdoor porta potty, which you can like jump in and pop a squat, and it'll clear off like any of these buffs that you might have. And something also that I find cool is that right now the buffs only show up in your inventory. In the developer version, the buffs showed up here. I'm not sure if they showed what buff it was, but they at least showed you what food you had eaten. I've always sort of thought the fact that you eat food is and to like just get a chunk of stamina and a chunk of health back was sort of, I don't know, cheaty. I don't see it as necessarily like most games don't have that. Like if you want to like regain health, you have to use like a bandage, and a lot of the times those band-aids like will recover your health over a certain period of time. So the current way that stamina and like dying from running out of stamina has always been sort of rough in my opinion. Oh, let's drop off these pants. So I've always thought that it's probably going to be changed long term because it doesn't feel necessarily like that's how it should be. Maybe that's just me because I've played other games that don't have that effect, but I don't know. My fear is going in the water in real life definitely plays into the games. Even being on the jet ski. You know, I have an issue with non-clear water. I'm okay with clear water, but like if it's a lake that's real like muddy, like it gets a little weird. And I really don't like stepping into stuff. Like muddy, gooey ground, I don't like stepping in. Especially if like you step into the gooey mud and there's like a stick in it and it like pokes you, like it just freaks me out. What really, like I used to be like sort of okay with it, but like I would deal with it. But at one point we went to Hawaii, and I'm not sure if you've ever seen like super tropical areas, but we went into the water for like snorkeling, and I was sort of like walking from one rock to another, swimming a little bit, and somebody gave me their goggles that I could like look down in the water, and I looked down and I realized that right next to my foot, like this is crystal clear water, was a sea urchin. Big spiky sea urchin. So I immediately was like, okay, now I'm not touching these rocks. And now, like, whenever I go into the water, I'm, like, concerned that I'm gonna step on something spiky or step on a creature. It freaks me out a bit. Yeah. So I definitely understand where you come from, Juniper. I don't trust the water anymore. I'm still, like, not super untrusting, but you know what? I'm just gonna drop these on the ground. I don't need any of these guys. And I'm like tired of dealing with them. I watched that. Don't you? Yeah, if you sit, it'll also replenish your stamina quicker. I think if it's like, if everything ticks like once every 2 seconds, sitting down makes it double that tick rate. So it's like once every second. The stamina bar at 0 will be much easier since not passing out. Yeah. So like you can like, you know, go around cutting and mining or using the compactor, and as soon as you're done, or it'll just, like, once you use up all your stamina, it'll just stop. I don't need any more thongs. Alright, 20 keys. I think we need another 34 pieces of meat. Oh, that was a bad jump. Dinkum dev is silent for a long time. Yeah, I mean, he's one guy. Interacting with the community can be relentless, let's just say that. You know, like, everybody has their own ideas and how they want the game to be. And the reality is that it's James's game. You know, if he wants X, Y, and Z to happen, he can do it and nobody can say anything to him. But on top of that, it's also, like, it's just him. There's nobody else helping him. So, like, if you give him 20 requests, like, that's a lot of work to do. And I'm sure, like, this might not be his full-time job. He probably has something else to do outside. He has family, you know, he has other priorities. So, I can understand not wanting to interact with the community every day, you know, all the time. He loves eating sea urchins. You know, I've never eaten a sea urchin. I've heard that the umami flavor or whatever is really, like, interesting. I'm not even sure if I can even taste the umami flavor. I think you're like a super taster if you can taste like all of the flavors. Not everybody can do that. It's pretty common for people to only have so many like taste buds that work. Hey, Crummy. Did you get snackers? He's like, yeah, I got snackers. I don't understand any of it, to be honest. I think I'll be putting chairs all around my island to stop for a rest if I need to. Yeah, that was one of the funny parts when that was one of my like favorite parts of the stream when Reeps asked James, he was like, "So we have to carry chairs now, don't we?" And James was like, "Well, yeah, or you could just not get hit." Like the classic, just get good guy. uh But yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a pain, like having a chair with you while you're down in the mine. But I think having the regen from the food will help a lot of fighting. Because like right now, if you get like hit by an animal a couple of times, you have to like run away real quickly, like run away from the bats and like hope that nothing else comes at you and quickly eat food. So like that can be very, you know, nerve-wracking versus if you have a good like buff on that's just naturally regenning your health every so often, you won't ever stop. You'll just keep going, you know? So it's a give and take. I think it'll pay off long term, but it's definitely one of those like it might be rough to get used to at first. Hey Xena, hope you're having a good day as well. It's good to see you. Not good. They did carry chairs when hunting alpha sharks. Yeah, that fight was pretty funny too. I got a kick out of them getting like beat up by the alpha shark and just floating in the water. There's definitely going to be a learning curve to all of that. Figuring out how to fight and when to eat, what to eat. I think the food buffs will also change a bit, so we might have to like rethink which food is what you want to carry around. I like the idea though. The whole like passing out from having not enough stamina early game is really rough. So I'm anything that changes that, I think I can get used to and I'm okay with. Need a chauffeur to drive me around as it will work in the passenger seat of the ute. If you join the Dinkum Discord, like the official one, there's a multiplayer channel, and you can hopefully get somebody to help play with you. There's usually a lot of people in that Discord. I see people like teaming up pretty often to do X, Y, and Z, like mine run or something. Hey, Melanie. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Happy Friday. Yeah, I saw that he had a notice for a later stream. I wonder if they, if James like took the feedback from that stream and maybe edited it more, or if it's just going to be like just another stream showing what's going on. Either way, it should be a good time. Seeing Reaps and everybody interact is always pretty amusing, and it's an enjoyable time. Perfect weather, perfect day. That's good to hear. I'm doing pretty good. I got a job yesterday, so I'm sort of running on the high of that. Also a little nervous about it, but, you know. Life throws you new stuff, and you got to take it with what you can do. Sorry for promoting. If that's not cool, you're good, Juniper. I'm okay with other people promoting streams in my stream. I'm not a big stickler about that type of stuff. I know it's pretty common for other people to be all types of bent out of shape from that stuff, but I don't care. Same with like if I'm playing a game and like you have details that I haven't experienced with, like a lot of people get bent out of shape when you do like the quote unquote backseat gaming. I'm okay with that stuff. Like if I'm doing something goofy that you think I should be able to do something better, let me know, man. I'm all about learning. Like we're playing video games, streaming and just hanging out. Like don't take everything so seriously. Not specifically at you, but like more at the whole community. People take stuff so seriously when it comes to streaming and gaming. And it's like, dude, you're just playing a game. You're just hanging out with people. It's all good. I wonder if our character will still have the tired walk. One of my favorite walks. Yeah. From what I saw in the stream, I believe that will still be a thing. The way they have it implemented is that when your stamina goes all the way down, it turns like red and blinks as it like goes up. And then once it's full, it turns orange or yellow, whatever this color is. So, and during the time that it's refilling, you look all tired and sad. You're forgetting I am an old bird. Have heard people talking about Discord, but don't know what it is. Only have Twitter because my daughter set me up. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that can be a problem. Sorry about that. Discord is similar to like other social media, but it's an application-based one, and it's become real popular for gaming communities. to centralize their communities onto a Discord. Um, it's sort of like how like Facebook or Twitter will have like a group per se, and like you can have conversations in that group, but Discord is more powerful in that you can like search the group, you can have subdivided areas. My favorite part of Discord is that you can also have voice chats. So it's been a real popular thing for people to like sort of gather in the Discord and we'll talk over voice chat. And because it's like a free voice chatting surface, nobody has to pay for, you know, calling across the world, because you know, not everybody's in your local area, and a long distance calls on your cell phone can be real crazy expensive. But if you use Discord, you can talk to somebody, you know, in a completely different continent for free. Of course, Discord has its own problems, you know. People call it the Discord voice, where you get like all choppy, robotic sounding. But I can understand all the new like social media stuff, new applications can be very overwhelming when computers haven't been necessarily something that you've have a lot of experience with. Like I've talked to my dad about joining a Discord before, and he looks at me like I'm absolutely crazy. He's like, I'm not joining any of your newfound stuff. Why don't you just join my Facebook group? And I'm like, ugh, Facebook. Yeah, it's a good resource, but I understand. It's overwhelming with all the new things and social medias everybody has. It isn't like Twitter or social media, but like it's not like when you post stuff in it, it's not public, but it's like a, I don't know. When you don't have experience with the exact what is it, I think it's an alright way of at least saying what it is. It's like it's definitely a bad analogy. I 100% agree, but like I'm not sure what other analogy you would explain it as. Yeah, I don't enjoy Facebook anymore. It's last time I looked at it, it was becoming sort of a cesspool for bots. I mean, Twitter is like that too. I've been getting, my Twitter has like, been getting a few new followers. And some of them have like 0 post histories and have like 3,000 to 4,000 people they follow. And I'm assuming they're real people. But then again, I don't know many people that use Twitter that have that many people they're following. But then again, and especially if you're only like a year old or like less than a year old, of an account, like to follow 3,000 or 4,000 people means that you've been like living on that app for the past 6 months to find people and follow. So a part of me is like, are you a real person or are you just a part of the bot network? Which Twitter has thousands of bots on. Like I've come across a a comment feed where like bots are just talking to bots, and like after like 20 or 30 like cross comments to each other, they almost repeat what they're talking about, because like ChatGPT can only, be creative for so long before it starts resetting itself or going over the same words. And I don't know. That's the one downfall to the internet right now, is that it's being taken over by bots a little bit. And being a content creator, like I have no idea, people's backgrounds or anything like that, and who's watching me, who. So like I have to sort of give them the benefit of the doubt that they're a real person. But at any point in time, like we could even have a bot in chat for all we know, and it's really hard to ever know. ChatGPT has made that whole paradigm like a real crazy thing. But I give everybody the benefit of the doubt until whatever happens, and then I'm like, oh, okay. I joined Threads after the Bird app went shmazzy. What a fun word, shmazzy. Better vibes. I'm also into K-pop. Yeah, I know what K-pop is. So have 6K followers, of which all but only 20 of them are bots. Yeah, it's hard to know. I don't really use social media anymore. Like I don't have a Facebook. I got out of all of that like a few years ago. I found that it was I was looking at stuff too often, and it was just sort of like a distraction, and I didn't really need that distraction in my life at that moment. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get rid of this. But once I became a content creator, I sort of figured I should probably have some sort of Twitter, some sort of social media, so that like, something that I can update so that people know that like I haven't, fallen off the side of the planet or something. Let's grass in what we can. We're probably going to run out of seeds though. Did I ruin any grassy spots over here? Nah, looks good. Yeah, and I can understand like if you're following like different groups like music, like you can probably easily get multiple thousands of people or followers or following. But at this point, the only people that I'm following on Twitter are some Hermitcraft people and like Lex Friedman. I enjoy his podcasts. He seems to be a genuine guy that cares about other humans, so it's nice to hear his opinions and see his types of posts. Not that the internet has necessarily treated him very well. Poor guy. And I follow a couple people that are like crazy rich billionaires. I don't necessarily value their opinions very much, but at the same point, when you're worth a few $1 billion, like, even if I don't value your opinion, you have some, you know, sway in the world. You can toss a few billion into some research that matters. So, if they have worldviews that are X, Y, and Z, it might be worth paying attention to a little bit. But most of the people I follow are hermit crafters, because I'm mostly a Minecraft nerd when it comes to how I spend most of my time. Alright, I think we're pretty good over there. I think we need to start expanding out the trees, though. I should probably grab a fence or two. In order to make it so I don't get beat up by these dudes anymore. I like the tin fence. And I also like the flat top fence. But I feel like the cement and the iron cement might look best. Yeah, I'm not sure if you've heard about the impoopification of the internet. It's basically a way of explaining what these bots are doing to it. It's similar to if you ever look up stuff on Google. Like, Google doesn't have a vested interest in having good search results anymore. Because the better their search results are, the less you use their website or the less time you're on their website. So what it's caused is basically the search results to become terrible. And they even recently acknowledged that they are like not even like they let go people that were known to be a part of the weighting team that weighted different search results to be good results or bad results. So it's almost like Google is just like going all in and letting the bots choose what is the best content for the internet. Which is what it really means is that, oh no, you guys are back, aren't you? So here's an example of how crazy the buffs can be. That was a 3-hit to get that guy. I almost take him out with 1 hit now. Mighty Spread is also the most powerful buff that you can get for fighting. So if you're ever fighting like the Alpha Shark or something, I would definitely recommend maybe trying to get some Mighty Spread. That'll make the fight way quicker. Did only 3 of them respawn, or did I already beat up some of them? Alright, let's do some terraforming of this area, since we're sort of working our way this way. First, we need to at least shape this area. Probably get rid of some of these mangroves so we can see what's going along this edge. similar to if you've been using Windows for a long time, it's been getting junkier over time in my experience. And I think it was like 5 to maybe even like 10 years ago, maybe even longer, they fired most of their not their like development team, but their quality control team, their testing team, and they automated a lot of like what their testing was previously, and it's really made Microsoft, in my opinion, lose its knowledge of what Windows should be. I was watching a video recently where they were talking about like the new Windows 11 features and all this stuff and why it's slowly looking more and more like an Apple operating system. And one of the developers that is like, you know, developing new features for Microsoft Windows specifically, he was like, yeah, the entire marketing team uses Apple computers. So it's like, it's no wonder that like when a Microsoft developer that uses Microsoft Windows goes into a marketing meeting, well, what they want is Windows to look more like Apple, because that's all they use. Which is like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Hey May, good time zone. Good time zone to you. It's good to see you. Using your new PC? Nice. I saw your photo on Twitter of it. Looks pretty. It's that all like white design with all the glass side panels and stuff. Looks cool. Nice clean build. Imagine you've been having fun getting it all set up and ready for stream. Saw that you had not many USB ports and stuff. It can be a bit of a pain. What am I going to do with these giant cliff faces? Maybe I leave them and I put a bridge from one side to the other. I am so happy with it so far. It's crazy how fast it is over my old one. Yeah, that's the only downside I found, but it's an easy fix, thankfully. Yeah, USB hubs aren't too expensive. I saw somebody gave you the good feedback, too, of getting a powered one. Depending on what you plug into a USB, it might draw up to, like, a couple watts. An example of that happening is you can get a, like a coffee cup warmer and a small single, like, soda can, like, refrigerator that operates on USB. I doubt you have necessarily those types of things, but that's the type of thing that would use a lot of power on a USB. Which is pretty crazy that, you know, a USB cable can support that type of thing. Yeah, thankfully I just need my webcam plugged in. Yeah, webcam shouldn't be too much power. I'm also running into that type of effect on my computer. I'm using every single USB on the back of the computer, and even I think it has 2 on the front, and I'm using 1 on the front. So I only have 1 extra USB on my computer. It's crazy, like before I started streaming, like I basically only had my keyboard and mouse plugged into it. But once you have all the other things for streaming, it's real quick to run out of USB ports. Let's see. Need to chop this back a little bit. Also, just figuring out what things I need to re-download. Yeah, all the different apps that like you just took for granted because you always had on the computer, and now it's like, oh no, I need that. It's real easy to forget like WinZip or 7-Zip or the VLC player or something until you need to like watch a video or download some compressed program. One of the things I used to do whenever I upgraded from one computer to another would like look at my my start menu and then re-download the installs for each of the things that are on my start menu. And then I would throw all of them on a USB memory card or something. So that way when I got the new computer, I could just sort of load up from there. Of course, I haven't had a new computer in 5 years, so I haven't done that in a very long time. But when I was younger, I would get hand-me-down computers from my dad, so it was a little bit more common for me to go from computer to computer. Every couple of years, his work would give him a new desktop because they had computers on lease. And whenever the lease would go up, they would basically just trash the computer because the leasing company wouldn't need the computer back because at that point it had lost 30-40% of its value. And for them, it's easier to just throw it away than it was to even ship it back, which has always blown my mind that that's a thing. Such a waste of materials. That's how I got most of my computers when I was younger. Straight from the garbage. I got new overlays and emotes for OBS. Do I get to set all that up today? That sounds fun. One of these days I need to work on some of that stuff. I've always spent like maybe, I don't even know what, maybe an hour or two at max per like thing I worked on. It's hard for me. I don't really enjoy editing, and I don't really enjoy being like a graphic designer. I'm not super artistic like that. So like after spending an hour or two in it, I'm just like fed up. It's like I don't want to do any of this anymore. Inventory got too many things. Time to start over. Should probably still have these in my inventory. I'm probably not going to use any more of those for now. And same with the trees, because I'm going to plant a bunch of trees up on that hill. Probably not any of the palm. I'm not a big palm tree fan. And probably none of these. I'm almost out of fur grass, so there's no point even grabbing that. I am no way an artist, so I get all my overlays and stuff from Etsy. That's an interesting way of doing it. I've been giving my wife a hard time trying to get her to do artsy-fartsy things for me. Her response is, I don't have a computer, so no. I'm like, you can just use my laptop. And she just looks at me like I got 4 eyes, like, yeah, it's not happening. She's not, like, she is like an artist per se, but she's more ceramics and 3D fine art. Not necessarily a computer user. She knows how to use like Adobe and all that jazz, but doesn't necessarily mean she enjoys using it. I've also been trying to put like zero money into the stream. I do have a little bit of... Whoa. Okay, I didn't know it made that crazy sound. That's good to know. I think that needs to be edited so maybe it isn't so fast. I think so if I'm going to fence these guys off, how do I fence them off? Do I actually use the fences? Or do I just put like a deep waterway in between? Like maybe cut a little bit like through the area. Well, either way, I need to go charge this guy. I also need to figure out where I put all my other tools. There's a chest somewhere with like a bunch of those things sitting there. I thought I put it in here, but they're all empty. You know what? I bet you it's in this one. Yeah. I don't think I need my printers. Yeah, I have a little stockpile of tools. I have 2 of these guys and then an improved version. And then I think I have like 6 regular dirt printers and then 1 improved. It's mainly because I break printers on a very repetitive like amount. I think I've broken at least 30 printers before. With all of the like terraining and like mountains I've built, I've destroyed so many printers just like waffling on in chat, talking to people, and then next thing I know, I'm just ruined another printer. For a while there, whenever I would get low on the durability of the tool, I would just start like singing about how I need to not break the tool. I'm sure nobody in chat was necessarily enjoying my singing, but it was probably still amusing. Alright, so I think that's going to be a waterway. It looks pretty straight. But we're gonna try not going very straight. You know what, maybe we make a little bit of an island. The biggest thing is making it deep enough for the wary moo not to go across. This will be the main section of it all. Let's have it go maybe this way. I have no improved tools, yet lack the rubies. Wow, broken about 30 printers. From the recycling bin, I got 2 extra printers and 1 compactor. Wow, that is some good luck. I'm jealous. I've only gotten 1 printer from the recycling bin so far. I wish I could have gotten more, especially with how often I break them. It's painful. For a while there, like, I was probably breaking a printer almost every stream. It was driving me nuts. Maybe we do a little bit of nya. The main reason why I'm doing this is just because I want to keep this banana tree. Why? I don't know. Because banana. Probably make that a little bit wider. I can be jealous. RNG is RNG, you know? The random number generator isn't always kind to us. And it's always nice to see it be kind to somebody. Though I guess I don't use the word jealous in, like, the truest of forms. If you had gotten the bottle tree seeds, that would be true jealousy there. I want those seeds so bad. At least, like, legitimate seeds. I know I can go into, like, the dev menu or something and get them, but I'm not trying to do that. Alright. I'm not sure if this is true, but I don't think they will swim through this. We will test that out in a little bit. No bottle seed trees yet. That's the true RNG luck. Those things are super rare. I think they're probably as rare as the rare doggos. I've seen people ride the wary moose. Well, I know they can actually swim across water, but I'm not sure if they can pathfind across water, which is like the biggest thing. Like similarly, if they'll path down this ledge, but they won't path down off a cliff. Like a 2 or 3 tall drop is something that their pathfinding won't be okay with. And I think they'll walk into the water to here, but I don't think they'll actually pathfind and swim across the water. But we'll test it out and see what happens. You got one in your recycling bin? Oh man, I am so jealous. Found 2 rare doggos about 1 week apart game week and at the same den, but none since anywhere. Oh, man. So jealous. Those are the things that really make. Those are the real rare things. I haven't even seen a rare doggo. Like at any point in time. I am like 350 hours into the game. But I've spent a decent amount of time. I also haven't looked technically though. Like the only time I look is when I'm like wandering about. Get out of here. Yeah, they'll show up eventually. I just wish eventually was sooner than later. I'm also curious if it has to be this deep for them to not go. I think we'll just do one of these. No rare doggos for you yet, Karen. But don't think they will be in the recycling bin. Just a bottle seed and a bug zapper. Bottle seed and a bug zapper are good things to have. I think I would rather have a bottle seed and a bug zapper come out of a recycling bin than a rare doggo. Like I do want rare doggos, but I think I would rather have a bottle seed or a bug zapper. Get out of here. You're not wanted, jelly. I think if I have this 3 deep, I'm almost positive they won't go across. I'm honestly not too sure. We'll see. We'll give them a spot if they run over this way. We know they will go over this spot. But if I like stand over here and they don't come at me, then I know like it needs to be a certain distance deep. What happens if there was a way to like get rare doggos from the recycling bin? Like a doggo spawn egg or something like in Minecraft? I don't think that's how spawns work in the game, but funny nonetheless. So something we could do as well is put like a cement wall or something around this area. I'm not sure if I want to do that now that I made this little water area. I was initially thinking of just running a fence along the edge and calling it a day. What else is over on this little island that I've been ignoring? So we have the moo nest. Wary moo nest. We have some random stone bits. This is a flat area that I don't even think this is hard area to regrow ores. So nothing too useful over here. There's a tiny ore patch here. Ooh. We have a bottle tree. Is that it, really? Just a singular one? This might be a good island though for biomes. Because we have the billabong, mangroves, tropics, plains, desert. That's also plains. Isn't there bushlands? And bushlands. So this is almost every biome except beach. Oh wait, there's beach right here. So this could be our biome island. I actually like that idea. This has, I think, every biome in the game. Because there's bushlands, plains, desert. Is there another type of desert? Like, is the rough soil. So that is a different type of biome. There's mangroves, beach, ooh, and ocean over here, and billabongs. So the only thing, oh no, it's missing pine forest. Ugh. I've been searching for an area that has all of the biomes in one area. Like this one came pretty close. Plains, pine forest, beach. But I don't think it has bushlands. It has billabongs and mangrove. I mean, I'm sure this whole chunk has every biome, but I don't know if that really counts. I wanted a small area that had everything. Man, it's so close though, because like right next to me, there's the fancy trees, and I thought that would maybe be pine, but it doesn't look like it. Oh well. So, I guess we could still use it like that, though. I have everything except the pine forest over here. And I guess we could just make it like our own pine forest somewhere. So I would sort of want to encapsulate these wary moo if we are going to do anything else over here. So maybe we cut like a section of this mountain down, like here, and just sort of go around the wary moo, and then we can fence them in. Then they won't be an issue. Yeah, Wary Moo Island. And we did capture some of these guys. They've been sitting in the river for a while. Let me get them out of the water so they can at least breathe a bit. Looks like they're sleeping in their cage. But we could maybe... Do the wary moo fight those guys? The regular moo? I imagine they do. They seem very grumpy creatures. We can test that out too. Alright, let's go charge our stuff and drop everything off. What time is it? 11. You know, I might have time for another day then. Because I needed... It was 12. Let me check my finger again. Yeah, 12:40 is when I actually need to do stuff. So I have an hour and a half or so before. It has been over 2 hours though. I need to stand up and take a break. My left leg has been like, how would you explain it? Fold it in half and up against, like my foot's up against my right leg. And Crummy has been sleeping on that leg, so I have not moved that leg at all. And after 2 hours, 40 minutes of not moving my leg, it's not necessarily the happiest leg of them all. Bum, bum, bum. Oof, your leg. Yeah. The things I do for Crummy Bumblebee. Poor wife. I think I mentioned that she's at like a convention for like plants and all this other stuff earlier. They're having a socializing time. And she's like, "Oh, I'm so awkward. I don't want to do any of the socializing, so I'm just like sitting out front of the next what's it, the next like classroom event, reading a book." That's understandable. I know that feeling very well. That's how I was in college too. I didn't like hang out with people in college. I just sort of went from one class to the next. Alrighty. Let's go pass out and take a break. Tomorrow, I'm probably not going to be able to spend as much time at late time because I have to do something at 12:30. So after the next day, we'll probably be ending stream, but I should be back afterwards. BRB chat.
I'm walking slowly towards you. I want a door of
Alrighty, I'm back, chat. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream. Alright, have a good one, Melanie. It's good seeing you. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh. Sorry, chat. Ran into the mic. Crummy Bumbly did a crazy move and I almost dropped him. Little man. Now the blanket's all messed up, dude. Whatever. Thank you, Half Beep. My poor neighbors. I was outside taking my oxygen break and sounds like they don't have any heat. Luckily it hasn't been too cold recently, but that's always a terrible time. Alright, Tuesday. Rain. How was your day going? It's like good to see you too. Clouds are made up of water. I've answered your question. They are like atomized, really tiny particles of water. Aw, thank you, Franklin. I enjoy talking to you too. I learn bigger words sometimes. Now make me a quarry. Get back to work. Technically his place isn't even open, I believe. Such a hard worker. Alright, we've chatted with those two. Grab our tools. We've planted mostly around the aquarium. So I think it's time to flower it up. So we have white hibiscus on the walls themselves. So we probably want to do some white flowers around. You know, let's try using yellow. I'm not a big fan of the yellow flowers, but let's avoid the pink, blue, and red colors because I'm almost always using them. I'm probably gonna have to, you know, let's also do that. Before I go talk to the other NPCs. I can probably get rid of a lot of these. I have over 100 of these big lily pads. I really hope they changed it so that you can like right click these off instead of having to use E. I need to start writing down my suggestions or my ideas for the game, because I have like so many little things that I would like to be improved that I'm sure that I don't remember at the end of stream. I need to add them to the Dinkum Discord, so that way James at least has an idea that it's something that could be improved. Got a text from the wifey. There's a break between them, now they're socializing, more classes. She's debating on staying later. There's another late keynote. It's like a pretty long drive once she's done that, though. It's the one downfall to those types of conventions, if you've ever gone to one for, like, work. You usually spend, 8 hours for a day at work, but those conventions go for, like, 7 to 7. So it's like a 12-hour day. Which is a pretty crazy amount of time. Alright. I'll leave a couple rows of these and then replace the rest of them with the flannel flowers. It would even be nice if just the little square that you interact with shows up when you're doing this. I still think it'd be nice just to hold down right click or something and be able to harvest them. Ah. Ah. There we go. Now we can go drop off our extra flowers, go bother our other NPCs. Let's see, we don't need those. Yeah, we got 200 of those. We probably don't really need to farm them anymore. But we are getting a little low on these flannel flowers. Yeah, 200, don't need those anymore. Hi, doggo. I just walked on your back. That Rue just spawned. Bum ba da bum. I think I'm gaining some half beep RNG over here. That's awesome. That's my second free printer. Thank you. Still haven't gotten one of the seeds, but I think 2 printers are more functionally better items than a single seed. But I'm definitely a believer in trying to save all of the bottle plants. I hope they add that seed eventually in the game. Same with the other one that's in the desert. Exploration. I mean, yeah, Daffy Duck, alright. Or, you're not Daffy Duck, but whatever. Oh, you're closed Tuesdays. Clover, where you at? Taking a little swim. It felt like all the darkness within them was brighter than the light on the outside. Clover, you confuse me. I don't even know how you would make a cloth out of that. Hey, a shark's in my river. I also want these seeds. I really want to be able to replace these types of trees. I like how they look, but I don't know of any way besides like spawning them in. I don't even know if they have a seed in the dev version. First time I got a dirt printer from bin, I lost it on first use and I didn't know it only had one more use on it. Oh, yeah. I could see that happening. Like, the first time you see these, you probably don't know what their bar is like. Oh gosh, that had to have been rough. Where's Milburn? Or Melvin? Usually he's behind his house. Sally, Sally, Sally. It's time for your daily chat. 50% off, ... Full price though. Me too with the bottle trees. When I first found them, I cut them down not knowing they don't respawn. Oops. Yeah. I had that happen in my first playthrough when the game first came out. Whoa, game. Melvin, Melvin, Melvin. Where is my blue shirt, old man? Did you wander over this way? Sometimes he wanders this way. Oh, we haven't visited Rocky. Rocky! How you doing, buddy? How's your tin ore going? Good? That's good to hear. That Frilly's been stuck there for, I don't know, since December. I'm surprised he hasn't despawned or anything. There you are, Melvin. Alright, let's go visit our banished people. Hey, they all came out at the same time. Time to pop a squat and poop right in front of your door. Oh, Erwin. You are so commonly missing. It's 10 o'clock, so you should be at your shop. There you are. Come on, buddy. Pretty sure every night he tries to make it to Tucker's box, and because I think he only can get to like here, and sometimes he gets stuck over here. I made this whole path just for him to get to Tucker box, but that's a really long way for him to pathfind, and I think he keeps getting stuck somewhere in between. He can at least make it all the way there. Poor Theo, man. He can't get there at all. I do feel bad about that for that guy. Yeah, hopefully they do an improvement to pathfinding. I'm not sure if it's gonna help Theo though. They're gonna have to improve like swimming pathfinding, and I don't know if that's a thing. Poor guy. He works all day, every day till like 7 o'clock, and then he pops out and just sort of like swims right here the whole time. Mr. Documents. I'm not sure how I'm gonna help fix his area. I would have to like be able to give him a diving helmet or something. Water break. It's like even if he was able to swim out, he would then have to go all the way over to Tucker box. And that's a long walk. Like, it might almost be better if he could learn how to use these teleporters. Poor guy. Your Theo teases sharks knowing they can't attack him. Yeah, we basically treat him like shark bait at night. Poor guy. That's 4 more trash cans. Let's charge this up so I don't forget about it later. We also probably should get some fertilizer before we go over there. Now that the trees are big, I can decide which trees need to be bigger. And maybe I'll bring some saplings over too. I don't know if I'll plant any of those, but we'll bring them. Oh yeah, and it's also... Ay. We're doing the whole, key grind thing. Pop the diving helmet on. You're welcome for making you feel welcome. You're logging off my laptop for the next few minutes, so I'll lose chat, but we'll join for the rest of the stream on my TV. Well, thank you for continued watching. I appreciate it. We welcome all lurkers here. I'm a solid lurker when I'm watching streams, so I completely understand just sort of like hanging out. That's my preferred way to interact with streams, so I welcome all lurkers. You guys are appreciated, and I thank you for lurking. And also shout out to VOD watchers. You guys are awesome as well. Thank you for watching the stream afterwards. I appreciate it. I should maybe keep these because these are cookable. I didn't know they wiggle on the ground. Like the little crab wiggles. Oh, we also probably should have brought our seeds, because I'm gonna mess up the things by planting, or by putting the fertilizer in the ground. The crab is dancing to the music. He likes the wub wubs. And let me know if there's anything wrong with the sounds or anything, if it's too loud or something. I tried to keep the music down pretty low, but it's hard to know if something changes. Windows likes to be a butt and just change your settings sometimes. So I think those 3 trees we want big. Sort of want this one to be big too. Might add more trees later. Maybe these 2 can be big. The fertilizer has like a 3x3 or 2x2 radius, so I think both of these trees will get big. Let's make this guy big. Alright, we can test how these guys is pathfind. Yeah, see, they can go into the water, but it looks like they can't go through the too deep water. Will you guys pathfind if I'm right next to the water? Oh, you definitely seem to try. You can detect that I'm 1 block away from you. Ah! But if I'm like 1 block away, they don't. You'll pathfind there. Ow. I guess you have a 2 block radius of like... Yeah, see, they won't walk into the too deep water. That's good to know. And now they can't see me. I disappeared. Alright, here's another test. Will you guys fight this guy? Doesn't look like it. That's good to see. So that could be Wary Moo or Moo Island. So if I want the regular Moo to stay there, I have to fence around them, I believe. Because otherwise they'll despawn every day. Versus these wary moo spawn on their nest every day. Oh, you guys just destroyed your own egg, dum-dums. I think I can leave this layer up here. Just have to make it a big enough crevice so I can cut this down. Destroyed their own egg. Yeah, they're not aware of their own eggs. Then again, their eggs are only useful to be sold, so meh. If they hatched, I could understand they would be a little more concerned about it. It would be pretty cool if they could hatch and you could have little baby versions, and maybe even like there would be an RNG on like how quickly they ran around, maybe. Oh. Nom nom. Oh yeah, now you're afraid of me. Do frillies despawn after a few days if fenced in? I think if you fence them in, they stay. Because I have, where is it? It's this little island. This has two of the undergrowth frillies on it. I call them the stink lizards. And, they've been there for multiple streams now, and they have not despawned. But you do have to have, I don't have it on me. The fences all at the same Y level for it to do that. So like if I put a fence going up this hill, because they don't connect from one Y level to another, the fence won't work. Stink lizards. Yeah, I'm not sure if they have a correct name, or if they're just like, I don't know, undergrowth lizards or undergrowth frillies. If they're both named frillies. The ones on the surface don't glow. But the ones in the mine do. Alright, this needs to go back one more. So that way, this can go back, this can go back, that can go back, and this guy doesn't want to live anymore. So part of the reason why I'm cutting these guys all down to one height is so that I can put the fencing correctly. I had two frillies fenced in a small pond where crocos spawned. but left one opening. Put a campfire there. I've seen one take out a croco in the wild, which is why I tried that. They vanished. I don't think they burned themselves to expiration though. Yeah, it was probably they just despawned, which is sort of like a painful aspect of them. I also had that problem. This area here, I have some fencing, but it doesn't completely connect. And because it doesn't, like, it connects to like a too high wall, but not across these paths. And I put the glow crocs and the regular crocodiles in here, and they both despawned. So I feel you on that pain. I haven't gone back down to try to capture them yet. It's definitely something I want to do though. The zoo aspect of this game has been like sort of on the back burner. I do want to work on that again though. Yeah, all of the crocs despawned and the glow-in-the-dark dudes. It was a bummer. Let's go this way. I don't really like this pillar. Why must you not want to exist? You could have just left me alone. I would have left you alone. We could have been friends. But no. You had to come make a stink. Alright, then... Now I understand. I'm totally in your way. I'm sorry, buddy. This is my fault that you have to... You know what? You can just run away. I'll give you a break. It's like, this is my egg now. I've been trying to isolate bush devil dens, but still have them spawn. I'm getting there. I think the only way to get them to not spawn is to, like, destroy the rocks around them. But I'm not quite sure about that. When they're low health, you can make them be afraid of you. Run away! Get out of here! Something, yeah, maybe we just take all their eggs and put them in the middle. Something you can also do, once per day, you can lower their nest by 1 or raise their nest by 1. If you do it twice, though, the nest will disappear, and there's no way to get it back. Just sort of a bummer. I think you can spawn them in using like a dev command. You have to go into like chat and like spawn item blah 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 number, but I haven't done anything like that, so we might do that later in the game when we're all out of things to build. But I imagine by the time we get that far, there'll be an update. Either the fall update or winter update or whatever it might end up being. I use a wand to put rocks all around the den, but the bush devils vanish. So I went back and removed a part of it to see if the bush devils will respawn. Yeah, I think they can't climb over the too high stone like these. So this is effectively a wall for them. But I think they will continue to spawn there. I will figure out a way. The bush devils are a good source of meat, though. So, like, getting rid of them completely might not necessarily be the best idea. I think the wary moo and the bush devils are, like, a pretty consistent way of getting meat per day. Sadly, though, I don't think this meat can be used in the crab pots. Might be wrong, though. I haven't tried it in a while. Alright, I think we're pretty much good. We have a nice one path around everywhere. Right now, your source are turkeys. There is an island where 2 to 11 spawn every day. That's not that bad. Got all this junk in my inventory. Alright, let's go back and... I think between, turkeys do work. But I think my favorite way to fill up them is to go around with the bow and arrow and get rid of a bunch of rue. Let's put our extra guys away because it doesn't look like I'm going to be using them. I found that the rue drop at least like 2 meat generally. It's pretty rare for them to drop only 1. So the rue are a pretty good way of getting meats. I wish you could use like eggs or something in the traps though. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't recommend running around trying to hit the roux themselves because they're pretty quick. I had a tough time hitting them, but if you use the bow and arrow, you can pretty quickly get them. And it also depends on how versatile you are with the bow and arrow. That can be a pretty big learning curve. What am I putting away? Oh yeah, those. I might want to keep one on me in case the wary moo get out of hand. Or not the wary moo, the regular moo. Yeah, there's 2 to 3 turkeys in this area almost all the time. Ooh, I'm gonna need more meats. Well, turkeys. We need 67 in order to fill the traps. So we got, what, 51? $52. I think there's a turkey on the top here. Yeah. You're stuck up here, aren't you, bud? Don't worry. I'll fix it for you. There's also one stuck over there. I only got 2 feathers out of that. Not even worth picking up. And there was a guy down here. You still stuck underneath this bridge? Yes, you are. Get liberated. Yeah, feathers. Boo. I do okay with the bow. Not too great with it. Maybe from practice from using this slingshot on alphas. That'll definitely help. I'm gonna chase this guy out of my area so I don't, like, hit my bushes. And there's a lot of turkeys around here. I wouldn't even bother with the kindas, these guys. They only drop like 1 item at best, and like 1 piece of meat isn't even that like often. They usually drop like either nothing or like a single piece of meat. It's just, or a bone. It's a little bit of a pain. All the effort for them, because they're also a multi-hit creature, I think, unless you have the mighty spread. All right, what do we get? 56. Close, but not quite all of what we need. It's 12 o'clock, so I got another half an hour. I don't think we'll have a half an hour left in the day, so we should be good on time. Yep, 1 off. Any more spawn? I Any spawn back here? Just need one drumstick. Hey, you're probably gonna give me 2 feathers, aren't you? Aw, nice. We got the one drumstick we needed. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, that was something I didn't even realize, like, that there was a slingshot. I found the bow before I found the slingshots. Which is pretty crazy. Alright. My father-in-law just dropped stuff off at the house. My wife just texted me, was like, apparently my dad just stopped by. It's like, yes, he did. He's such a nice guy. Ever since I lost my job, he's been spending a little bit of his own money to buy food and different grocery items for us. He's also been going through his like basement and like getting rid of stuff. So every now and then we'll not only get like, you know, food or like toiletries or, you know, shampoo, some random stuff, but I'll also get like a whole bunch of knives or a bunch of tools, which has been a little overwhelming. I mean, I'm not exactly expecting tons of stuff, but there's only so many knives and things like that you can have before you don't really need any more. But it's a really nice gesture. Definitely appreciate it. Did I make any more of these big? I think I made this guy big. Maybe I didn't make them big. Maybe this is just from me planting them earlier. Could have sworn, yeah. This guy. Oh, here's a thought. I wonder if the fertilizer will work. Because this is on a different Y level. Never done that math. Oh well. I might eliminate some of these flowers later, but this is a little bit full, but it's alright for now. I'm gonna have to come back here with more of these seeds and fill in this whole area with fir grass. I should probably swap these out. Oops. I did not want that. That's a pain. Maybe I don't put any more flowers there. There's like a little bit of reasoning behind how I'm placing these flowers, and there's also like not much. I like putting the hibiscuses near bushes. And I don't necessarily want to have too much yellow next to each other, so I'm trying to sort of sporadically place them. That's way easier said than done. I've been thinking to try making a sandcastle type thing for storage, but not sure how many grids to make. Yeah, you don't want to have too much coloring next to each other. It's like same with you don't want to have too many of these little glow bulb things next to each other. And you also don't want to have you don't want this whole area to be a flower patch. But you also don't want to like evenly space everything. So it's hard to keep random and intentional all sort of balanced. But like, cause those are white, and I want to put a hibiscus near this, I'll put a yellow one there. But I still want more hibiscuses near this. So maybe... And I guess the lily-pillies are sort of round, so that works. And then I can put another one there. Then these two are sort of right in the same row. I don't like that, so maybe we do that. So then we can put maybe some yellow flowers here and here. And put the white flowers on the side of these guys. And then this will sort of give me reason to do a yellow one over here. Maybe another yellow one here. Maybe we let this guy go down here a little bit, give it a little space. Maybe do a little bit of white there. And there. Then this guy's a little bit lonely. So maybe we... maybe we just get rid of him and move him over here. You can also do like that thought process, like maybe this tree is covering certain flowers. So only on around these trees you get certain flowers. It's all about getting like some sort of reasoning or rhyme to what you're doing and then trying to be consistent with that. Because it'll help you place everything and it'll also help sort of the theme of everything go well together. And you can always, you know, not follow that. Because random is random, you know? So if, like, every now and then you just put a cluster, it's fine, too. Yeah, I tried to do everything in sort of layers. Like, first it's the terraforming, then it's the trees, and then it's lily-pillies and bushes and ferns, and then finally the flowers can be placed. Maybe there. So this is going to be a more longer area. So we might want to put a little bit more spacing between them. I think this guy can go there. And I think that will look like a nice little thing when that fern gets bigger. Thank you. I'll try. It's definitely a, something that I wasn't good at initially, and I've been practicing. You know, practice makes not perfection, but it definitely makes it better. Perfection is something that'll always escape a human. I wouldn't expect perfection ever. But close to perfection, I'll take, you know. Practice makes better. It sounds goofy when you say it, but I feel like it's pretty accurate to what we experience, you know? Maybe this is just a smaller patch. I also don't want to like have the hibiscuses lower and cover up them. So I'm using some of these flowers that you can see through for like the ferns and stuff. But like next to the tree, we can do a little bit thicker like, hibiscus. Because nobody really cares about seeing a stump. I think that's a good amount of flowers. This gives some space for other stuff to grow in between. And this is like really filled in, so we're not going to be able to place much. So I have to be specific with what flowers I want. A part of me wants to get rid of one of these trees, but I don't know if I can. Can't justify it. Because this is a row, it's really difficult to get this right. So I'm going to place some back there into the water. I feel like that helps it look less rowy. Maybe a spot in between. Now here's a difficult one too, because this path is sort of like where people wander around, right? So you can only place so many flowers before it looks like people would be stepping in that area. So like I can't put a bunch right here because people might want to wander around that area. Maybe we do something like that. And then we can do some hibiscuses. Maybe one of these guys. And that's sort of like the flowers are around the edge where people don't want to walk, but they'll walk on this flat top. Maybe we would do some glow back here, sort of make that tree pop a bit. This is another one of those people might be walking around, so you don't want to put too many around. And you don't want the the garden lights to get drowned out. And if I put one like right here and here, it would almost look like I'm just placing them in the nooks of this area, which isn't my intention. So to make it look random, you probably want to do more something like this. Sort of like this area chunks it around. And maybe those guys can... Oh no, because they're over there. Maybe just throw hibiscus down there and... Yeah, call it a day. It's good enough. Well, could maybe do that. Oh, yeah. If the statues could be more like an armor stand or something, yeah. That would be cool. Alright, we're down to the last 7 minutes of stream, chat. Try to quickly... add some more flowers up here. I think that's pretty good. Maybe we add a little bit back here too. And maybe a little bit of glowy back here. Maybe this guy can hang out in the water. Gives a little bit of flowering on the edge. I think that's good for this area. Any more, it might be a little overwhelming. I'm not sure if that's been recommended, but I would definitely want the armor, like these things, to have like being able to place clothing on them. That'd be cool. Maybe like a gold version. Maybe there's a wooden version we can make. I want a couple of flowers over here, but we can't really put many. Feel free to suggest it as an idea. I need to write that type of stuff down, man. My brain just isn't very good at remembering that type of stuff. Like, I have so many ideas for the game that it's like almost overwhelming at times. One of these days, though, I'll write some of that stuff down and put it in the suggestion box. That's what they said. All right, good. And any more flowers? I think I mainly get ideas when I see your stream because you have so many ideas and things that I don't have. When I'm playing, I don't get ideas. That's a nice thing to say. Thank you. I try to, you know, be creative, which is easier, way easier said than done. But I try to like help this, like I try to use other people's ideas and other people's things to help inspire me. So I'm glad that it can help inspire other people as well. Because a lot of my ideas are not necessarily unique for me. I get a lot of them from other people. All right, it's late. It's about to be 12:30. I have to end stream, but I think we did pretty good. This area looks really pretty now. I think we do need a couple of plants over here, though. think it really ties this whole area together. So when I come back after my stuff, we'll try planting more over here. And we'll probably work on maybe fencing in that area. Of course, after the normal NPC, blah, 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 all that jazz. So we'll call it a day here. I guess that counts as fishing. That's funny. And I'm probably going to eat some lunch, do some of the things I gotta do. Pick up my sibling from school. And then, so maybe an hour, maybe 2, I'll be back and we'll keep working on Dinkum. Thank you for watching and hanging out. I appreciate it. If you're on Twitch, don't forget to follow. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe and like if you enjoyed this stream. Comment below if you have any suggestions or if you think I messed up anything. Any interaction is welcome. I hope to see you guys in the future. Thanks again for watching. TTF.